That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Now we see Gramarye. Which of Magnify Gramarye's disciple pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Gramarye, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? Picture of baby Trucy. What about the girl who was left behind? Mason system booted. Alright Reserve, ESG Studios. Okay, so now we see the past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. Here we have 7 years ago in blue, the detention center, the defendant lobby number 2, Wright & Co. law offices, and Drew studio. And then on the orange we have the present. When we go towards the orange orb, 4 question marks. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. Or resume. But first, we must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. This is Phoenix. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you to see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use L1 and R1 to jump between the past and the present. But let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Alright, we have detention center number 2, defendant lobby, no, detention center period. Defendant lobby number 2, Wright & Co. law offices, and Drew studios. Let's go to Wright & Co. The nightmare trial was over. And the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. But I figure I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, Wright & Co. law offices. Oh, morning, Daddy! So this is little Trucy talking to Enigmar, Zach Gramarye. Ah! I'm so glad you came! You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I am fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks! My first show is today, after all!
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Yeah, she's sad. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. Trucy ... It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. Trucy ... I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. Trucy ... So I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Young Phoenix had no idea. Trucy da da da. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. Oh, this is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney?
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Yeah, please, call me Nick, like my former assistant before you, who was kind of, I was about to say annoyance. It was a kind of a bother, just like you, but a burden, just like you, but...
Okay! Say, Daddy!
Oh, that was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school, like, for a year. So thanks, Daddy! Oh, and this office? It's a little black. A little color goes a long way, you know? Oh, and Daddy? You got fired from work, right? Don't you worry, Redbit. I will work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm this many years old. Oh, actually, I'm 8. But don't let appearance deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Doc, the office. Oh, wait. We can examine. Here's Charlie. My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait! I have a child now! I can't feed Trucy like this! She probably needs more than the occasional watering too, I'm guessing. An old movie poster hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day, cried my eyes out. Just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies. Really? I should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, what was it called again? Question mark. My desk. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. I'm not crying. I just got some dust in my eye. Question mark. Quite the collection of law books. My mentor bought all of them. I used to be too busy to read them. Now that I have the time to read them, there's no need. But I can just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday? Question mark. Nah. You can still see that hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. I wonder if the view looks different from now that I'm not wearing my old badge.
I really think the far of you, Daddy.
Thanks. She must have learned a lot of words from her parents. Okay, let's talk to her. The office.
So, Daddy, you get fired from being a lawyer, right?
Could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other Daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. or even much about law if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead.
You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent usually?
You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional?
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gregory.
Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh. And now I'm directly descended from the famous Venus Rank too.
I think at 8 years old just massaged my ego. Daddy. Could you tell me a bit about your daddy, about Zach Gregory?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of true Gregory, and they're big.
The Grammarys. They were on the television a lot. I haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valiant Gregory together, you know. Once, they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what will happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic! And a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. The professional? So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yeah, like Leon. You know, he's a professional too.
You're not like Leon, are you?
Of course not. It's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. I'm stupid.
Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy.
That's right. Well, you want to see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? Please, show me! Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit! Ready? Here goes! Ta-da!
She's gonna produce Mr. Hat. Yeah, pulls a switch, Mr. Hat's appear, takes the hat. She makes the lip flaps with the shoulder, but it's more obvious now. And she looks away when she talks, because she's supposed to be a ventriloquist act as well. Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yeah! Whoa, that was startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. The amazing Mr. Hat added to the court record. Okay, so right now I have the gun and the diary right now. Okay, now she undid her trick. Mommy. Could you tell me about your mommy? Is it okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zack and Valiant smiling.
Okay. So I guess the woman in the poster of Troop Gramarye, like her mother, is part of the troop as well.
But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here,
The golden locket with the picture of mommy inside. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this is your mother? She's beautiful. She's got braided hair and light brown hair and blue eyes, looking at away, not looking at the camera. But yeah, she amazing. Her earrings seems to be reflecting light, makes things gleam.
Her name is Thalassa. Thalassa Grammary.
Poor girl, I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
Daddy? You won't...
Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise.
Right! You can't even do magic! Yeah, you're like a backup plan! Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Trucy's locket, added to the court record, contains a photo of Trucy's mother, Thalassa. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay, after all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? Are we representing anyone?
Me and you, that makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I am no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way...
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? You don't even have a backup plan. Oh, this will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O. The team? Right. Now it's fade to orange. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Alright, so this is we already got one key. Let's go to the defendant lobby number 2. 7 years ago. Hello, blind pizza guy! Just in time. This segment is a bit different. So we're in investigation mode, but we're investigating different thing in a different timeline. We're in 7 years ago. We're as Phoenix Wright, and right now we're in the past, and we're unlocking keys. And once we're unlock all the 8 keys, we can proceed to the final part of the trial, the one that was interrupted since Vera Misham fell unconscious, and the trial was postponed for a while until we can see if she's gonna make it or not. Because she might die because she has acute atroquinin poisoning, and there are no living records of anyone surviving atroquinin poisoning. Like she had just below the lethal dosage. Like when she fainted, she has just below the lethal dosage. So that's why there's no way to say if she's gonna survive or not. So right now we're in the past. We're just at the end of the vanishing trick of Zach Grammary when he disappeared 7 years ago. Like, I don't know how much recap you need. Like, somebody we don't know poisoned her. Yeah. but it feels like the Vera Mission case is connected to the case from 7 years ago when Phoenix Wright lost his badge, and I made a video expressly explaining, like, in less than 2 hours how he managed to lose his badge. The short version of it, the TLDR, is that he unknowingly presented forged evidence. The prosecutor was a young Clavier Gavin, who was tipped that in that trial there was gonna be foul play, and he presented a special witness who was the forger, and that made Phoenix lost his badge. And as the judge was about to declare Zach Gramery guilty, he pulled up a vanishing trick. So I guess right now at this moment, didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Yeah, this is the what happened.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over.
Ah, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Zack?
There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about this! Mr. Nigmar! The defendant escaped! Find him, quick!
Bailiff! Close all exits from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down on the head! Floors on your head! Now, now, now! So we have a very thin-looking police officer who's holding a megaphone, and he's yelling his lungs out. He has a very cartoonish face. He has an idea of him posing in a weird angular way, and he also has some sort of charm next to a pair of handcuffs. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to yell close to the mic to reproduce. Anything now, wait. Okay. When I moved the mic, I had disconnected my headphones, so I didn't hear anything. No authorized personnel aren't allowed in here! And even made a typo. He said down on the hands, floor on your head. Instead, down on the floor, hands on your head. Floor on your head. Boink. Phoenix, ... But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. That was a double negative. Zoinks! He tripped himself with his handcuffs. That was a purposeful mistake to the game. Just say it like it is, sir, and it's not usually wrong. He's holding his lucky charm and he's crying. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. ... We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? Yeah, he's a character from the DLC of the first Phoenix Wright game. No recollection of that, sir! Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir! Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I just noticed that when he does his salute, his little finger is crooked. I don't know why it's like that. I'm asked to meet with the bailiff at this court to let the magician escape. Don't tell me it's you. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir! But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of the security at the time of the, air quote, vanishing? I'm dying over here! Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir! Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet! Guess I wasn't the only victim here. Meekins, the last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me! That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform, I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiff, full of hope that tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about this? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. The magician's disappearance. Why, yes, it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yeah, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that cell cat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Okay, so here's courtroom number 7. There's lobby number 1, lobby number 2. Aha! Yeah, so there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Gramery run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. Okay, so he went around the corner. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. So yeah, we're in lobby number 2. So yeah, like he said, I remember it like it was right here because it was. Instead of there, I remember it like it was yesterday because it was yesterday. I remember it like it was right here because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. I don't see any place to hide. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. It was just gone. That's impossible. Yeah, that word. Oh, many times I've said that word. Even the sound of it caused me indescribable pain. I'm dying! I'm dying over here! Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? Meekins, ... I searched. Then why the long pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? The vanishing trick. So Zach was in this room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes, even. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. And what about now? Do you have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? ... He's hiding something. Oh, he's got 2 Cyclops. I should have known. A level 2 Cyclops secret. He's hiding something. So yeah, Phoenix has his Magatama. When somebody is hiding something from him, there's some Cyclops appear like that. And he needs to break them open with evidence. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case, it can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Okay, so now I can present the Magatama. Okay. Now the music is gonna change. The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Makins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zach Gramery vanished from this room. How did he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir! Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen! It was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir? Did I just say something, sir? No, you scream it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking! Forgot which amendment it was. I'm pleading the 6th! It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was there in this room that day. It was Trucy Enigmar! I struggle! I'd never seen that girl until just the other day. ... Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Meekins, ... Sir! One broke, one down, one more to go. Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't! She was here, but he wasn't? You mean you chased her into this room and not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zach isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Okay, now we have access to crime scene photo, magnify autopsy report, notebook page, IV report, magnify chart, small syringe, magnify first letter, second letter, the stage pistol, magnify diary, the amazing Mr. Hat, and Trucy's locket. I'm gonna check Trucy's locket just to be sure. Is there something inside? Yeah, I know it's the... I wanna know if he reacts to the picture or not. So this is Trucy's mother, Thalassa. She's pretty, I can picture her on stage with Zach. Still, she looks like a down-to-earth type too. I guess Trucy takes after her. Okay, so that's all there is. So yeah, I realized something. I noticed something. Mr. Hat looks like a wooden mannequin that was meant to replicate Zach. Because he's wearing the same clothes as him. Trucy, when she was young, she dressed the same as her father. The silk hat and the cape. And I guess that the reason for that is because of the trick. The trick of Mr. Hat. So what what Meekins saw in the hallway was Mr. Hat. And when he chased him, she just undid the trick and he was gone. Take that! What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She used it in her showdown at the Wonder Bar. Meekins ... Have you been to the Wonder Bar? Meekins ... So... It wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on stage I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! It really exists! Unlock successful. And if I've lost any life, I would have gained it there. The vanishing trick, now it's unlocked. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Gramarye exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gramarye! Don't even think you can escape Meekins! Down on your head! Floors on your head! Hello?
Something the matter, mister?
No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramarye, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zach Gramarye. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see, that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him! Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while I thought I had been, it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. The trick vanishes. Though it seemed complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. He ran the corner, But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2, along with Mr. Hat. So yeah, she was already on the hallway when Zack escaped. Ah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So while you are standing here in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door, which would be lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2 as Mr. Hat. So you see the silk hat and the cape, you're sure as hell, oh, that's him. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat as you enter lobby number 2. And while you're in that room, Zack can leave the hallway and nobody will see her. Will see him. He can exit like that. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zack Gregory's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Begins ... Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted! It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or the scattered remains of a messy eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl, I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Meekins ... Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great detective Guamshu. Guamshu? Mr. Meekins? This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir! Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir, but no one's ever given me anything for free! Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. Fade to orange. All eyes were on Zack Gregory that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Alright, we have a second key unlocked. And now we're jumped right into the future, and now we have the Borscht Bowl Club unlocked for some reason. Can I go back? Yeah, I can go back to the past. I'm not done with the past. But yeah, since I have two things locked, they unlock something from the future to help me with the investigation. So let's go to the Drew Studios from 7 years in the past. Back when Drew Misham was still alive. 7 years ago, Drew Studio. Yeah. So now we have quaint, small apartment. There's no wallpaper on the wall. It looks like it's just uneven cement. There's not even paint, no wallpaper, nothing. There's There's the same furnitures. There's the same shelves, the same easels. There's a sheet covering all the blank canvas. There's a tubes of paint and all of that. But I guess this is all we can see right now because the other part of the studio looked like a lab. But I don't. We cannot see it right yet. So here we have a question mark. I figure it's Drew. He says, "I figured you'd come here sooner or later." Yeah. So now we see Drew Misham is turtleneck and suit full of different multicolored paint stain. There's some splotches of paint on his hair and nose. So yeah, he looks like a zombie from what was the zombie bucket list anime? I forgot the name. Zom 100. Zom 100 Bucket of the Dead. I think it's Bucket List of the Dead. Anyway. So yeah, the zombie, when they're infected, they kind of look like that. So I decided on sooner, Drew Misham. Drew Misham, wasn't it? Drew ... Oh, it's quite interesting. It's basically there's a guy who's been working in an abusive environment for 3 years, and he never had a day off since he started working. And the only thing that managed to give him a day off was the zombie apocalypse, and during that moment, that's where he felt alive again. So right now he made the stories about him making a bucket list of all the things he wants to do in life before he's gonna turn into a zombie. So right now, like, he's always like chasing, scavenging, stuff like that. Take stuff from the shelf, avoiding the zombies, avoid getting bitten as well. But yeah, he has a bucket list of things he wants to do. And yeah, he never felt so alive. There's never been the zombie apocalypse has never been so colorful, and that's why every zombie, when they're infected, they have multicolor stains on them. Either that's the virus making that, or it's the blood. It's maybe like, anyway. Yeah. The message is interesting, but I guess what makes the show interesting is the visual, and sad. It's sad that you cannot enjoy that, but yeah. Okay, so the Drew. I haven't done anything illegal, and I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. So now we're in the flashback. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit, it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix right, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, there's little Vera in the back. She's biting her nail, and she's very shy. She's like watching from a corner. She's being very evasive. She's trying to hide herself, but still being curious. She's very cute. She's wearing a purple and pink stripe turtleneck on top of a black long sleeve shirt unbuttoned, and she has a cute yellow teddy bear head shape notepad, and even her hair is a bit. She has She has a pink ribbon that ties her hairs in the back. She has some periwinkle colored hair. Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. Dot dot dot. But if she would say hello, she'd probably say something like,
Okay, sure.
and she's gone. Shall we begin then? I want to examine the room. Okay, I can go. Okay, so the lab part is still there as well. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves with more noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. I can see how you want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, it's a lie! Poor guy. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Okay, now there's a picture of young Vera and Drew. This is you and Vera? Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter, why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Okay, right. Shouldn't you practice then? There's the little frame with the stamp. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it, a stamp? Ah, please don't touch that, I'll get in trouble. Question mark? That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She's always puts it somewhere she can see it. Yeah, she really lacks. This is the Troop Grammary stamp. That's Zack and Valiant, the Grammaries, isn't it? And then we've just we just discovered that the woman in the middle is Thalassa, Trucy's mother. So here we have Valiant and both her parents on that stamp. It's a 41 yen commemorative stamp of the Troop Grammary with the seal on the wall on the back with the spotlight. She's hiding her brooch. Back then, Valiant is wearing a heart-shaped brooch. I thought that he had a spade. But that would have made sense, like, Valiant keep the spade, Thalassa has the heart, Zack has the club, and Trucy has the diamond. The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammaries were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Commemorative stamp added to court record. There's the bottle of nail polish. That's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. Question mark. It belongs to Vera, you see. She's always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. There's the red envelope. What's this red envelope? Ah, don't touch that! That's, quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I'd better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. I guess this is everything. You use these gizmos for painting? They're pretty elaborate. Ah, those. Those aren't for painting, they're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. I think we already know what's inside the bottle. Yeah, we know what's inside the bottle. There are some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay, they look kind of heavy. Oh. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. So his own work, so Drew, what we're getting is that Drew is not that good of a painter. And his own art, he's willing to sell them for 50 cents. So we don't have the architect table yet. There's a stack of already done paintings over here. Oh, this must be Drew's work. Because I was I was clicking at some file on the desk. I thought that was it. But no, those are the paintings that he's willing to sell for 50 cents. But yeah, they're big. Like, I guess he wouldn't mind having one, but it's gonna be hard to carry home because they're very cumbersome. They're like 20 inches wide by 30 inches tall. There's the door. Oh, the letterbox is not even there yet. Ah, going home by any chance? Oh, no, I was just checking out the door. Oh, good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. He wants me to leave. So what's this? Yeah, you need both hands. You need both hands. What's this painting here? Ah, that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I would like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about, at least not yet. Paints are scattered all around, probably the ones he's currently using. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not all this is anything compared to my office. Guess that would make my office a masterpiece. Did I check everything? Yeah, I checked everything. So I'm gonna talk. Mr. Misham. Yeah, they're the size of your dragons. Yeah. So judging from this place, you're a painter? Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. The forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copy are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work. That false evidence was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Oh, that piece of paper. Okay. The diary page. That was his first non-painting work. Interesting. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. $100,000. I think you feel worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Okay, I'm gonna present the forged evidence in my face. Yeah. Handwritten page, forged to look like magnifies. Hey. Your work. Don't try to pretend you're forgotten. True, Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. Drew, I'm responsible too, which why I have to know. And you have to tell me. Alright. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Magnify's diary. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? Well, no, the client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So, you use the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yeah, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Oh! Level 2? Aha! A cyclock, of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work? Alright, let's investigate with the Magatama. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I made my stand, no backing down now. So, what's Misham hiding? The forger, the sample, or the client? He didn't hide the sample since he gave us everything that he knew. The client. He said that he didn't know his name. But what triggered it is that he said that I never met him personally. So he doesn't know the client because he never met the client. So Misham is hiding the forger. Can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it then? You told me that you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Psychlock. Psycholocks? Is this some sort of a silent security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then, they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally. Not personally. Those words triggered the Cyclock. Again with the cycle locks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Okay, one down. Well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclops, that's for sure. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is... Well, the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I'll tell you. No, you know what? No, an artist that mediocre who makes good forgeries? No. You're better. You're better at making copies of paintings than making making original painting. That's bullshit. You don't have talent. Someone else has talents. It's made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have any other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... Vera Misham. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more than for landscape, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclops tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-loco myself. Unlock successful. Magnifies diary. Come on. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical device I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Ah, do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to this studio. What? Why didn't you just say so sooner? But their face was covered and did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter? The client told me I will speak only with the artist. Then that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Can I talk to your daughter, please? Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Okay, so now we can switch between the two. Okay, so now we're gonna talk to Vera. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You would like to speak with my daughter? Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so actually. With only one exception. Which was... oddly enough, it was that client. Exclamation mark. How did the client manage to talk to her? I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Vera. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? ... I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. Biting her nails, da da da. I'm still looking for the keys that says do, re, mi. I can't find them anywhere. Ha 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 ha. Ibura, da da da. I'm no good at this. Need something to get through to this girl. The forgeries. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, so I need to present something to make her talk. Something she would like. The stamp. And then there's this.
My stamp.
Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp. How can I keep her talking? Can I have it? Love the frame. Great magicians, are they? Yeah, let's geek about the magician. Isn't True Grammary amazing? Hmm? Yes? Oh! I especially like those two, Zack and Valiant. I mean, they're just so magical.
Aren't they? Aren't they?
Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know?
Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah.
All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father that one day. The opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic.
The Grammary Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Just once when I was little with Father. The Grammary's on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah. Maybe you could keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valiant, maybe?
Oh, sure.
I'm gonna have a little sip. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. Okay, now I can talk about her and the forgeries and the true Grammary stamp. Okay.
So, I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you, she was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been shut in. You can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes. Actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed much a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
For when I absolutely have to go outside.
Oh yes, apparently she received something, a gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Exclamation mark.
Father! I told you to keep that a secret!
From that client, huh? Oh, this I have to hear about. The forgeries. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things?
I really like painting, a lot! Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job!
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and all the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Ah, their work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. I guess no one told her. Yeah, she took down True Grammary with that work and nobody told her. If she knew, she would have been devastated. Shit. True Grammary stamp.
They're the best in the world!
Oh, you mean True Grammary? Of course.
Father gave it to me,
Your father?
but I asked him about it.
Oh, I asked him about the stamp. He didn't know how you got it.
Oh, I guess I just took it, yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
Ah, okay. Okay, I get it. So here's the red envelope. We see the stamp. And she probably begged for the stamp. And he said, sure, go ahead. And she treasured it and she put it on the tiny little frame. That person? You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the grammaries forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. Commemorative stamp updated in the court record. Let's talk about the client. So you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked with them? Biting her nails. What's this about a good luck charm you receive?
Oh, I cannot talk about it.
Eh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Biting her nails. Oh! Another level 2 psych lock. Alright, time to do some psych unlocking. I don't think I have what it needs to unlock that, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna end the inquiry here. I'm gonna go elsewhere. Let's go to the detention center. "7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. And here's the young Valiant. What strange sight doth my eyes behold? Excuse me? Two men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnified Grammary, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valiant or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. The fateful trial. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear. He never even touched it. The glory spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet in this very disappearance in itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grammary killed Magnify. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public's opinion take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic trick right away. As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valiant, and also... Yes. Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine! Valiant Grammary has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. Blackmail? The suspicions on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valiant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnify's instruction as your partner. To my beloved student Zach. So I was, but only Zach Grammary followed them. Let us not speak of any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnify has up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Ha 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 ha! Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. And another Cyclops. Whoa, level 4! I didn't think it would be that easy. Oh yeah, that level of secrecy, it's a level 4 secret, yeah. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. Okay, so you won't talk about the blackmail. Can I present him anything? Because I got new evidence here. Yeah, there's one, because there's a lot of chains appearing, and when there are more Cyclops, there are more chains appearing. So there's like, the BAM is for each locks that ties the chains together. So let's present Mr. Hat. Mr. Valiant, could you look at this for me, please? Yes, I accept your challenge. Well, challenge? Huh? You want me to make it float, disappear, or shall I simply eat it? I didn't come here to play games, Mr. Valiant, or watch you do tricks. Trucy's locket? Oh, you're not gonna make it disappear. It's your partner, Thalassa. Oh, you know what? Let's try it anyway. Let's try to present the Macadama, see how far we can go. We might need to go to the future. Da-da-da-dam. The trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Well, you had a dangerous trick once. The one with the stage pistol?
Take that!
Exclamation mark. Why, that's one of ours! Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valiant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Okay, I got one down. Zack and Valiant's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course! What other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. He freaked out for a bit and then he recomposed himself. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. I'm gonna try Trucy's locket.
Take that!
But that's... Zach Gramarye's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name. Ah! Alakazog! Another... But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows how much danger she was in. Oh shit, I cannot save. It's okay. I'm gonna heal if I get this unlocked. I'll take the chance. This show how much danger she was in. Okay, I'm gonna try the stamp.
Take that!
True Gramarye's performance were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all there, it's all here on this stamp. Yeah. There's Thalassa, yes, in the middle. Ah! Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know! Another one. A part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a word unto itself. If our leader Magnify was so inclined, he could hide anything he wishes with ease. But Mr. Wright... then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valiant's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnify covered it up, his innocence would have come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close, there has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valiant's relationship with Magnify. Well, we know Thalassa is just not any other stage performer. I see in your eyes you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. With evidence or with a person? With a person. It's a person. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proved why Magnify held so much power over you. Okay, so let's see. Apollo Justice, age 15. Oh, because he was 15 7 years ago. Christoph Gavin, 25. Zach Gramarye, 40. Trucy, 8. Valiant, 37. Drew Mission, 45. Magnify Gramarye, deceased. Founder of True Gramarye. Great musician. Mentor to Zack and Valiant. Thalassa Gramarye, Trucy's mother, missing after a sudden disappearance. Vera Misham, age 12. Arrested on suspicion of poisoning her father, currently on trial. Yeah, because Zack and Valiant were the name Grammary, but we realized that Zack real name is Shady Enigmar. So the reason why he's has the Grammary name is because he's wed to Thalassa, who is Magnify's only daughter. So it's all about the performance rights, because Magnify would have give the rights to her daughter, but since the accident, he would have to give him to either one of the two. The two could have possibly shoot her own daughter. So that would make sense. So I'm going to present the mother first. If it doesn't work, I'm going to present the father.
Take that!
Oh, yeah. Were you by any chance trying to threaten me? No, of course not. You'll never make a good blackmail artist. Never! Not a career choice I've been considering, actually. Give up your dreams, work an honest job. That's my advice. The troop was a tight-knit unit until it's all about the people involved. Their personalities, their histories. Who was Thalassa? Okay. With a person. Let's go with Magnify.
Take that!
No? Maybe it's not a person. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Oh, okay. They're giving me a chance to back off. But I still have my life loss. Okay, you know what? We'll go to the future that was unlocked. See if we can find any more evidence and come back. It's probably one of those situations where we have to find stuff in the future to help our case in the past. So now we're back at the Borscht Bowl Club. Present. Borscht Bowl Club. Christoph. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better that you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem! Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. No, that's the joke. So this is Shady Smith right there. He's wearing a gold locket. And yeah, the fedora hat. But yeah, he looks exactly like Zack Enigmar, but 7 years later. But yeah, it's like, do you know who I am? Who I am? That's a song. No, I don't know who I am, but if you can hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do request. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is... friend of yours? Brushel? What's he doing here?
Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. He's standing the same as Zach, the same pose. The right talent agency represent two artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano, well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started, I don't remember. 2 cards, 1 card, but I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borch Boar Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Full house on the kings, full house on the 7. Is this a CD poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room.
The hideout? Yes. But before we go,
Yes?
allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith.
Oh, and I'm Brushel. Spark Brushel, news reporter.
Oh, I'm...
No,
Don't tell me.
you're Phoenix Wright.
Huh?
You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introduction.
You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Ah! Yeah, because the thing that he doesn't have is his goatee, because he grew a little bit of a beard. He had a mustache and mutton chop, but he didn't have a goatee back then. So that was what hit him away. But now he realized with his mannerism, like, he hasn't seen him for 7 years.
Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about this!
Mr. Enigmar! The defendant's escaped! Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all exit from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape!
You can't be! But you're... Zach Grammary?
Yes, the reincarnation act of the century.
Pity I've only an audience of 1.
You.
Zach Grammary? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life.
You there.
Olga? Da?
We will play soon. Ready the room.
Da, I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? D. Zach Grammary?
Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this.
How many years has it been now? 6?
In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I cause you much inconvenience, I fear.
Yeah, you could say that.
Is she well? Trucy, I mean.
Yeah, she's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind.
I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it.
This is why I've come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes, oh, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. And for that, he needed to cheat with Olga Early. Oh my god. That talk about pride. Oh, I know this guy's type. And they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have so much to ask me. And I you. Okay, so let's examine the room, see if there's any jokes in here. Here's a crate of grape juice bottle. This is grape juice? Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright. There is something inside that bottle. Huh? It's my business card. You aren't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic? I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. The piano? I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played. I would do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, there's something you could help me with. You think you could make that piano disappear? He would help out in a lot of ways, really. Zach, he looks like... Hello, Elder Phoenix. Hello, Elder Onyx. Sorry about that. He sounds just like the old Elder Drake that we had at the council for a short time before he got himself arrested. What happened to the Elder Drake? So what was he arrested for? Zach is like, where would I even begin to make it disappear as I don't have my tricks on me? You say the funniest thing was with the straightest face. People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. That's the menu. The Matryoshka dolls. The dinner, the leftover dinner with Christoph. One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano, which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is. Well, what do you think about the ukulele? The sound is light, the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele in a Russian restaurant? Then you must go to an Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. I give up. Him and his two accomplices were responsible for stealing all the reptilian food supply. And at first we assumed that it was the reptilian because it can be unfriendly. They learned it was the Drake, so because the reptilian were so upset, they leave our keep and create their own somewhere else. Okay, so the reptilian dragons fled, and the other Drake was arrested because they were fraying them. Boo! Okay, so let's talk with Shady. The meaning of competition. We competed that day 7 years ago too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2 cards. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorney by playing poker? Some are hard, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Chusie's power? Chusie? Oh, she's in a class of her own. For 7 years I played poker here at the Borch Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but I'm not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. and she sends me signals.
Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reaction is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnify Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood. Oh! 3! I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. And it's nothing you need to know at this time. Bullshit! It's some kind of Gramarye secret then. Fine. About Trucy. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This? Oh shit, it's the real piece of the diary. A transferal of rights. You see the signature? The transferal? That's Magnify Gramarye's signature, isn't it? Yes! Okay, that was the piece of evidence I was looking for. I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. Recipient Zach Gramarye. Signed Magnify Gramarye. Okay. Okay, it makes sense now. Because you know what? I think Valiant didn't lie when he said that when he entered the room, Magnify was already dead. And that's why he blamed Zach vehemently. Here's what I think happened. Like, Zach came first. He shot the clown. Then they had a talk. And then Magnify wrote this page of paper, tore it down, gave it to him. That's his will. So after that, is he gonna wait for Valiant to say, whoops, sorry, I got nothing for you, go back home? Magnify shot himself in the face. When Valiant came in, he was the first to discover the body. Cause yeah, the tearing match. If I compare with the fake evidence, yeah, it seems Phase Clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give my thanks. Farewell. So, yeah, the way this fake has been written, it feels like it was meant to see that, okay, I told Valiant he was going to shoot me and he's going to do it, and I wrote, okay, he's going to do it. So he wrote a suicide note and everything. Well, the suicide note was mostly, what was the rest of the... I want to open the diary. Yeah, the first page was, tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest of them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. So yeah, it's all up to the kids. So yeah, he planned, the way he planned this is like, he wrote this and then he pretend to be sleeping, and if Zax shoots shoot Magnify like he's been told, he's gonna die, and there will be no transference of the performance right, since Thalassa has been injured. No secrets for the children, but since he asked to do ask Zach to come first, he was probably gonna say, okay, I'm gonna leave it to him, and then there. So the ripped out page, now I see that everything has been a setup. Also, I would present forged evidence to the court. Okay. Yeah, there's the grammar seal in the back. Okay. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that the page has been clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Wait, let me see that.
How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnify gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. Transferal of rights. The greatest of Magnify's Grammary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I choose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel?
Sir! Ah, here you go.
So, he gives us the purple letter. The one that we gave to Apollo. After that. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And besides, you need a notary for that. Yeah, this is... You need to go to the notary. You don't need to do that back... This is not the kind of deal you can do backstage. Yeah, you need a public notary besides.
Ah, I may not look it.
Oops, I pressed.
I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize.
He's doing two jobs at the same time. He's a news reporter and a notary.
When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Transfer of rights added to the court record. Okay. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. 7 years. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possession. Exactly, which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Would Chusi inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnify Grammary. However, this was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnify died, two potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valiant Grammary. Not Trucy. Okay, so if Zach dies, if Zach is legally dead, the next recipient is Valiant. Trucy has never been named. I see, so you do need this document. I have known Russell since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. Took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. ... Okay. I was kind of hoping it would say something about the mother at this point. ... I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. But we know who Tracy's mother is. We presented the locket. There. Trucy's locket. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy, show it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots?
Ah, I know.
Whoa, you still here?
According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnify Grammy's only daughter, end quote.
What? Magnify's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zach?
Brushall, you said too much.
Ah, poop. What? Why am I the bad guy here? Why?
Zach decked him.
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over.
Okay, so this is the piece of evidence that I was missing. Like, we knew Thalassa Grammary was Magnify's Grammary's daughter, but not the only daughter. Now Brushall said it, so now we can put this back on Valiant so he can tell us what we need to know from... Okay, Thalassa Grammary, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more on the ground. Without seeing your daughter? He looks back. He looks at the locket. It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnify. I do not care to lose to another. And I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes! For it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lining up. That was that, and this is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. Your award. Ha 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 ha. This guy's beyond serious. So much for fun evening of cards. Brushall, you may leave.
Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch and I punch, but still it's not enough.
I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, nice meeting you, Piano Man.
And he leaves. Then let us begin. Dealer!
Ada?
You will be witness to our competition.
Ada, it is honor for me.
Huh? Why haven't I seen her around? Why haven't I seen her around here before? Who's this girl? Is she working here? It was like, ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Question mark? Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this! Fade to Orange, the Grammary Power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I would need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Grammary knew, but how and why? Solitary cell number 13. Is that Christoph Gavin's jail? Oh my god, that privilege string pulling piece of shit. His cell is luxurious. He has a brick wall, he has a study, he has a wall-to-wall library shelves full of books. It has a big comfy love seat and a little drawer where there's a vase with two flowers. And there appears to be some sort of letter, a yellow letter. There's even a violin and a bird inside of a cage, porcelain china for tea, a wooden goat sculpture. Present day Central Prison, solitary cell number 13. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to mine cramped confines? Gavin? Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Christoph ... Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin? Eating well, I see. Let's check your little setup here. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here? Ah, yeah. She's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending, but she is mine best friend, as they say. Best? Come on now, I'm starting to feel bad for you. Oh, of course, she's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? I mean, yeah, thorns. Hello? Adjust his glasses. I was thinking of the photo next to the rose. My retriever, Vangol. Cute but feisty. Oh, there's a picture of a golden retriever. I didn't notice. I see there's a frame, but I didn't see that. I didn't notice that there was a dog in the picture. Every dog has its thorn. Okay. It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you got more than books up there. Ah, yes. Mine collection. I have a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little? That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You'd probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chair. In here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You would have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Okay, let's look at the obvious yellow envelope here. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. Is that David Crusher, 424 Apple Street, Blasting Syringe, California 34092? No! Yeah! It's the stamp! It's the Grammary stamp! It's not nice to pick at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do, so they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like he's sneaking a peek into... Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. Yeah, I want us to read his mail. Because he knows. He knows. Okay, Gavin's murder. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. Phoenix ... I have no doubt you've never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. He knows that we know, yeah. And I'll bet you'll never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Grammary. You know, the defendant. Oh, I remember him, of course. He shakes his head. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible! Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix, right? What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an emo human German being. Isn't that enough? No, it's racist! You killed a bottle. You killed a guy because you're an evil German. Because he's blonde as well as like, I must protect the Aryan race. Because I would Nazi. And Shady Smith, he was. No, he's not. He's not. It was never proven. Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. 7-year-old case. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yeah. The trial where Zach Grammary pulled his famous vanishing act. Mein brother won his fair share of praise and adoration from that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met... Oh, that was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest of the punishments. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. Christophe, Oh, it was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position after all. For 7 years we've been friends. And yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now I'm not sure what I think. Reason for murder. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remember something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me, flashback. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Question mark? Gavin, I believe, was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. He seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. This is when we call his attorney after the police. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it comes to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No. Why did you kill Zach Gramery? Christophe ... Whoa. I've never seen black Cyclops before. Dark with golden edges. They're dark, cold, full of despairs. Yeah, it's a level 5. It's a level 5, but usually the Cyclops are red. Those are black. They're like ironclad. Golden. This is like the final boss of all the Cyclops breaking. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? Oh, he takes out some nail polish. It's the same brand as Vera's. The crystal bottle with the handle shaped like a hand. He's doing his nails. No, not prison. I want to examine. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. Yeah, because you can't spell a manicure without man. So manicure are for men as well. Yeah? You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things. Accept nothing less. That certainly does look at first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. Nail polish slipped into the pocket. Alright, I think I got what I need. I got what I need. Yeah, I cannot even use the Nagatama here. Okay, we're gonna leave. Let's do Drew Studio first. And then finish with the detention center. Okay, so we're back with Vera. There's a reason why they're withholding that, yeah. Alright, we're gonna try to break Vera Mission's 2 locks. The client. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Vera ... biting her nails? Because they gave you this stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
The problem? The problem that keeps her inside all the time?
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I have to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you. Vera dot dot dot. I think I know what your client might have given you actually. Is this your good luck charm? The nail polish? This is what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottles over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil.
Yeah, that was in Sailor Moon. You wear cosmetics, you wear it like armor, and it gives you confidence to do anything. So yeah, crisis make up. Dun, da, 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 dun, dun, da, 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 dun, da, 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 dun, da, da, da.
This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Oh, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting anymore on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? Christoph Gavin? This man is a friend of mine. Do you know him? His name is Christoph Gavin, so that's another show that I never got to watch. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised! I promised not to tell! Ah!
Oh, I got full life. So the mistake that I made with Valiant, when I unlocked that Cyclock, I got my life back. Okay, let's talk about the client.
I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client, I promise! And if I break my promise, the spell won't work!
Oh, I don't need a name anymore, I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, Dan. Vera.
I think they might be the devil.
Huh?
Or maybe an angel?
What do you mean?
I saw it, or I think I saw it when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So where did you see this devil then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'd be leaving now. I am sorry for what happened. Oh, if you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Grammary. Biting her nails.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
Phoenix ... I'll put on my smile next time I come, I promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she smiled again. Oh, that's cute. She's so cute when she smiles. It's so rare as well. And her cheeks are blushing red, pink. Take care. Fade to orange. Thinking back on my first encounter with Forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Alright, third key. we fade to orange when we were at the Borch Club, but we didn't get a key. Oh, because we haven't pierced the Cyclock yet. Okay, let's see if we have enough to take care of the last one of the past in the detention center. I want to check my evidence again just to be sure. Okay, we have the transferal of rights. Let's try again. I just want to make sure. If it doesn't work, it's no big deal, but... Okay, so we broke out 3 out of 4, so we have to break them again. So... the first one was the pistol. The second one was the locket. Then the stamp. I'm gonna try. Okay, oh. Okay, I'm gonna save here. I cannot save. Ah, I could have saved before starting the thing. Because I do not have access to record in here. So, is it gonna be evidence or with a person? I don't think it's gonna let you save during this section because it's kind of the game form of combat, so to speak, so you won't be able, yeah, until after you solve it. Because usually when there's a question, when I'm in trial, I can save before choosing the answer when they ask me a question, or it's just before they ask the question. I can save before. Not during the choosing, but here it feels like, yeah, it feels like you said, like during a cyclock you cannot save. I'm gonna try with the person again. After that, I'm gonna try with evidence. This is more important than say the trial because you can just reload and reset this. I think you have to get it from the first time. Yeah. I'm gonna try Thalassa. Oh, okay. Okay. I needed to talk to Shady Smith to know that she was his only daughter. Because now I presented it again and it gave me a mistake. And I presented it again. The update on the profile didn't change, but just because we know that she was his only daughter, now it works. So now it wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem.
What? What do you mean?
She was Zach Gramarie's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnify Gramarie's only daughter.
Ugh.
There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnify's power over you, I don't know what was.
It was an accident!
The bunny coming out of his hat and the pigeons coming out of the pockets from inside his cape are coming out. And now it's unlocked. Blackmail.
There's no proof, none at all!
But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Valiant ...
Ours was a complex family.
You mean through Gramarye?
The master, Magnify Gramarye, his only daughter, and his two disciples.
That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Yeah. Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valiant stood the force. The guns blaze, the bullet flies straight towards that beautiful body on stage, and then crash, zing, pow into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist. And tragedy.
Then we see the shootout. We see her, the body flying to the air with trickle of blood floating as well.
But as for those whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnify his daughter.
And that led to blackmail, I take it.
It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls.
The darkness. Why did Magnify Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died.
All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye. A passing of the torch from Magnify to Zack and Valiant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifices of all, yet. Even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not.
What do you mean?
In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnify's wishes. Magnify forced us to perform his art for his benefit.
I see. I guess I can understand.
I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his action?
Huh?
To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads?
Things were dark behind the scenes in True Gramarye, that's for sure. Does Trucy know?
She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life?
True.
I had not thought of that accident for a very long time.
I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but it has helped a lot.
Not to find Magnify's slayer, I should think.
True.
Question. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently.
A reporter?
He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room during his research.
Would you happen to remember his name?
What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But, in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name I do not recall, but his scent. Oh, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. Sorry. Fade to orange. I had begun to notice a dark curtaining over Troop Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, never learned who that was at the time. Though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grammary to this world. Sooner or later I would have to track him down. So now all the past keys are been unlocked. I've got 4 of them. Now I'm going to the future, to the present. And now the other 2 stages are being unlocked. The Drew Studio and Sunshine Coliseum. So present day Drew Studio. Yeah, the scene of the crime is there. Let's check it out. Present day, Drew Studio. Hey! Well, what do we have here? What are you doing here? Remember me? Of course I remember you! Quote, journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Misham was poisoned and his daughters. Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know. Yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Quote, journalist wishes you track down case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zack Grammary was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character! What a man! If a little, no. A lot, no. Extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh? You're serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Quote, journalists ask questions, not other way around, end quote. Phoenix ... Fine, shoot. I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Let's examine the place. I doubt I found anything new, but just the fact that I can't go here as Phoenix. Look at all the jars of paint and pigment. Compared to 7 years ago, he's got more color now, more variety. Why are there so many jars of the same color? They're not. My guess is that they're sorted by age. Age? When you're making a forgery, it's important to match the age of the original, see? Paint composition changed a lot over the years. Oh, right. Did you learn that in journalism school? Quote, journalists relies on writing skills and imagination, end quote. As long as you don't do news stories by imagination. Either that or they just bought a lot of the same color by mistake. ... I find myself not giving a fuck anymore. No fuck, no longer. I ran out of fucks. That's an odd assortment of equipment to find in a painter's studio. Of course, it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. Guess that's why they never took visitors here. Wouldn't really want people seeing all of this. Yes, in fact, I was the first human being ever to set foot inside a studio. Other than Mr. Misham, of course. Oh, and Vera too. Oh, and this is assuming that I am a human, of course, and not a robot. Not a robot. I'm beginning to have my doubts now. Oh, I clicked on the same thing. A drafting table, probably for making detailed designs for forgeries. You know what I think about that? I'll tell you. Painting should be done freehand. No rules, no restriction. That would be weird, but still kind of anime. Yeah, well, it's kind of cartoony as well. When he ties himself up with his own necktie and he yanked and the eyes kind of pop out of his socket, but they come back as soon as it's loose. You really think a line drawn by a ruler is going to move anyone? I smell a letter to the editor. Quote, could you write an article with a ruler, end quote? Unless you want a ruler to write the address on your blackmail letter straight. That's what I think. You can't quote me on it too. Phoenix ... You could drop this guy on a deserted island and he wouldn't get bored. Okay, let's examine the desk. Here's the picture. Picture of a young Mr. Misham and a very young Vera. They're smiling, they look happy. Of course, now Mr. Misham's passed away, and Vera's on dead doorstep in the hospital. Guess I'll just do what I can and hope it's enough.
Objection!
I just have to do that when I see this pose. Yeah, the man is posing. Objection! I can't believe it's been 7 years. I have to stop torturing myself with these things. I know, I'll just pretend it's saying something else. The post office? Why, it's right over there! Good day, sir! The tiny frame. This frame looks even smaller sitting next to that photo. Just the right side for a commemorative stamp indeed. A commemorative stamp put there by a daughter that killed her father. Sometimes life just sucks. The red envelope. This envelope is from the client who requested that forgery. Just think, if that had gotten lost in the mail, I'd still be wearing my attorney's badge. Alright, let's... Oh. I can examine this side as well. The door. The door outside. Vera might come walking in at any moment if she was in intensive care. Will she ever come through that door again, I wonder? The fake paintings. Those 3 paintings. All Drew's works, of course. Which is to say, Vera's works, really. Or, to be more precise, Vera's forgery of someone else's works. Of course, if you demand utter and total precision... Actually, there's nothing more. I was about to say. That's the cup. This is where Mr. Bishop fell. Never thought our 7-year reunion would be quite like this. Wait, you knew Mr. Bishop? I met him once in court. Oh, he's smelling something. It was a brief meeting, but one I'll remember for the rest of my life. Now, that's the story right there, that is. I smell a scoop. Ex-attorney now down on his luck, pianist plays Sonata of Sorrow, end quote. I'm all ears. Let's have it. Don't hold anything back. Phoenix ... Did you at least get rid of the down on his luck part? Alright, we're done. Let's talk. Family of forgers. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though? Don't you?
Yeah, a forged diary page.
The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known.
What's that?
You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years, quotes, walls of ears, potatoes of eyes, end quote.
Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here.
Question mark?
You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Quote, journalist gets tingling sensations on back of the neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? Wonder what it all means. Paranoia. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. You're sure it wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? Oh, no. It's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Quote, journalist sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Grammer got rubbed off after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me?
Phoenix, exclamation mark.
He completely vanished from that courtroom. Then, for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
The purple envelope. And then he dies.
Starting to put the pieces together, aren't we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me? Zach Gramery.
I met Zach through that case, actually.
You mean the shooting of Magnify Gramery?
No. Before that, it's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot-'em practice?
My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I've dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now.
Valiant Gramery did mention one particularly nosy reporter.
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnify Gramery at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it?
Really?
Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnify wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Quote, journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, you see.
Zach Gramery, you mean?
Something strange was in the air over at True Gramery in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciple scene that started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me. Off the record. Come on.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept trying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice or 5 times. 5 times. 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as his confidant.
Valiant Gramery.
He's been waiting his whole time. 7 years, eh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnify miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Oh. Because of this. The purple envelope. The performance rights.
In the absence of any official document, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his right to both Zach and Valiant?
So Valiant waited until Zach died legally at least. The time finally comes and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Grammary. Lost status to his partner at work and in love too. Wait. Love? Oh, it's the same old story, really. Two disciples and their mentor's only daughter. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more. What has three sides and all of them pointy? The answer? A love triangle. Yeah, that is pretty classic. When you're in the performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Let's present something that belongs to Thalassa. The locket. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. 5 times. But still, I never forget his wife. Thalassa Grammary. Magnify Grammary's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? Alright, Thalassa. So, Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, you see? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but he was a beauty. I still carry out a portrait photo of her around, you know. Oh, it's the same photo as on the locket, but now we can see the full body of it. So it's a better image of what we have on the locket. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. Question. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. Quote. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. Da 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 da. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Well, yeah. This one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance, they had a child? Yep. They have themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa and another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Oh, sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know. Thalassa's portrait added to the court record. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about biggerer to listen what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to entangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I found to those who come next. Next, you say? He's not wrong because this is snowballing right now. What do you mean snowballing? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnify. Question mark. I was just wondering what Magnify will think of all this. Yeah, we have a big plot twist. Yeah. I mean, I think I kind of figured out who the other kid is. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy?
She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same with Magnify, and with his daughter, Thalassa.
It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene?
Magnify told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa, he said Zack has good eyes, but not good like a Grammary's eyes. Not that good.
I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammary's secret was?
Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone.
Zack Grammarly. Now it fades to orange. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammarly fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. Photo of Trucy, as she is now, 15 years old, a power which passed from Magnify Grammarly to Thalassa, to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet. Photo of Zack Grammarly, the one who bridged it all together. Okay, this is my 5th key, Drew Studio. So I'm gonna go back to the Borch Club, because we need to talk back to Zack, because we need to unlock his Cyclock about the Grammarly secret. Level 3, the Grammarly secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine.
And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you.
Gotta use the resources at hand, I'll always say.
Yet, I myself has no such power.
But Trucy does. Why is that? Zack da-da-da. Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammarly?
I will not speak of that.
Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The shoot 'em. I'm gonna present the stage pistol.
Take that!
The 3 of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. Picture of the troupe. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet there's another story behind the fame. One that not many know. The shoot 'em gone wrong. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Grammarly's bullets.
It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa?
I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder, I might mention.
Damn you!
Yeah, he's referencing like his Magnify's murder. Like everybody said that the other did it. As far as the shooting with Thalassa is concerned, they say the same thing. So they have that in common. Alright, I broke the first one. Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that left like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnify Grammarly has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. ... Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else, someone other than Trucy. And yeah, I kind of figured it out because on the picture that we see of Thalassa, she's wearing a white dress, she's wearing the earrings, she's having braided hair just like in her picture of her uniform. She's sitting at the table, but she also wears 2 of Apollo's bangles on her wrists. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power?
Ha ha! How would I know?
My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who.
Take that!
This boy? His name is... shoot, I forget. Something weird and stupid. Some Greek god and some stupid concept. Apollo Justice. What a fucking name.
Who could he be?
An attorney.
Attorney?
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. Zach ...
So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney?
Yeah, massive plot twist indeed.
You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy, I could use a laugh.
Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. Exclamation mark. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. Wink wink. Ring as in bracelet, ankle, ring shape. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory? I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. The portrait.
Take that!
Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second!
How did you know this?
Well, guess who talked? Guess who talked?
Remind me to punch him in the face again.
Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yeah? Zach ... He was a performer. They met when they joined... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was a performer, and they met when he joined us Grammaries as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while.
And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stands out.
Well, they are a Grammary family heirloom.
This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture.
What?
So that's why. Why what, Mr. Zach?
I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet.
I bet I know where that other one went.
She gave it to this boy, her son.
The other 2 lock broke. Apollo Justice being Thalassa's firstborn son and Trucy's half-brother was worth 2 Cyclops of secrets. That was that big of a plot twist. The Grammary secret.
This strange power, I myself do not know where it comes from. Yet the fact is that it passed down the Grammary line. It runs in their veins.
What is it?
I asked her, Thalassa once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others.
Tension?
Yeah, if she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her.
So she could see it?
Not quite.
This is the strangest part of it all. It's not very sight. It's like she wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects, plural. Objects? Wait, were these something she wore?
Yeah, her bracelets.
I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have?
I have made a decision. I will tell you all that I know. Consider it a gift.
Alright, Now we have more subjects about her. Trucy and Apollo, bracelet and eyesight. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brothers and sister, yes. And the brother too has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older half-brother. I wonder what would come of that. Mr. Wright. Tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. Phoenix da-da-da. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt once again. No kidding. What I want to know now is how all of this got to be so messed up. The bracelets. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yeah. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Gramarye's power reacts to tension in others. When a Gramarye senses tensions, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contraction of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that one doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability of seeing moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the faces and the meanings that lies behind it. Exclamation mark. So yeah, when we see attention on a witness, when they lie, they get somewhat tense. If they get tense, we see it, or we got tense as well. We cannot perceive it because we need the bracelet for that. When the bracelet ties up, it's like a cue saying, okay, you need to focus on something. And this is where you focus and you find the tell of a lie. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may destruct it. So basically what you're saying is, the Gramarye's can see really well. For them, being more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such level of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Like the bracelet. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets? You're talking about poker, yeah. The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. Yeah, she's used her power on poker. Exclamation mark. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Gramarye. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy bracelet is a real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. So that would explain also why Phoenix went to Christoph Gavin and asked for Apollo himself to represent him He wanted to awaken his power because he knew that he had a power. So he needed to give Apollo a push so he could develop it on his own. And having Trucy next to him help him as well. Like he knew before the recruiting Apollo per se that these two people were related. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night. The night my mentor, Magnify Grammary, passed from his world to the next. Exclamation mark. There were 2 crystals and 2 letters sent. This was Magnify's test. A test? In his last years, Magnify Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Then he woke up.
Take this. I give my heart to you, Zack.
What?
It is thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you? You're my mentor.
Ah, I thought you might say that.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would I have done then?
Then of course I would have given Valiant his chance.
And if I have shot you in the forehead instead?
Well, then it would be over. If you or Valiant were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think?
Ah.
Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack.
And I'm
sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day.
It seems to me that Magnify wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valiant's. Perhaps. But it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valiant up to these days? He's waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for a mentor's death on him? Well, the try ended when you vanished, Mrs. Zack. There were even rumors that Valiant had helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Question mark? Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? Fade to orange again. That night, Zack Grammary was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom he may concern, 7 years past, I, Zack Grammary, murdered my mentor, Magnify Grammary. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court and hereby confess to my crime, signed Zack. His confession to use as I saw fit. So it's written in with purple stationery. With the Grammary seal in the back. But it's not the same purple as the envelope. This one is more lilac, and the other is more fuchsia. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valiant Grammary. Zack's confession added to the court record. Okay, so now it's separated. Okay. Okay, and now it's checked. So now I can go to Sunshine Coliseum. This is probably going to be a 7-year-older Valiant. Present day, Sunshine Coliseum. Yep. He grew a mustache since then. A little bit of gray hair.
Well, this is a blast from the distant past.
Long time no see, Mr. Valiant.
7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you.
I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say.
I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I need to hear them from you. Valiant, ... Can examine everything. The balloon. I don't think I've ever seen a hot air balloon so close.
It's a favorite of mine. I've often thought of how to use it in one of my shows. Perhaps for the climax of Valiant's quick draw shoot'em returns. I stand on stage, I shoot, and the hot air balloon is pierced and explodes. What do you think? Thrilling, yes?
A little, I guess. But no one inside the Coliseum will be able to see it. Oh. He would shoot the balloon from the Coliseum. Okay. That would be the trick. But no, that wouldn't work.
Bravo. It took me 4 days of planning to realize that.
Oh, the Blue Badger. A man in a costume is handing out balloons to the kids. It's nice to know kids still like balloons somehow.
They're a favorite of mine, balloon sellers, that is. I would have them join me on the big stage. They could hand out balloons to the children in the audience.
Wouldn't all those balloons get in the way of seeing your show? Bravo.
The possibility had not even occurred to me.
Phoenix Wright, entertainment consultant. That sure is a big sign.
Yes, it's a favorite of mine. Impressive, isn't it? I considered using it from one of my walls from my house when the show's over.
Wow, your house is that big?
Actually, as fate would have it, I currently live in a one-room apartment. But following the wild success of my show, I intend to build a luxurious mansion. I was torn over just how big to make it. Until that sign whispered the answer to me.
That's really beautiful. Okay, here's the merch sign. The Sunshine Coliseum, was it? I'm not sure it actually qualifies as a Coliseum, but it's a great forum.
Yes, it is a favorite of mine. I've always been fond of Sunshine. Speaking of which, have you heard what happened here recently?
Oh yeah, something about something going on during some concert.
Exactamundo! I see no reason to hide the fact that I too was involved in that case.
Well, that's something. Did you help solve it?
Ha! What'd you take me for? No, I merely served to deepen the mystery. Ha 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 ha!
That's obstruction of justice.
I am a magician. It's my sworn duty to create mystery whenever possible.
Okay, let's talk to Magnify. Let's talk to him about Magnify.
I have walked a difficult world.
I say difficult world. No, difficult road.
These past 7 years.
Because you couldn't perform Magnify's repertoire.
Do not be deceived. Valiant skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentors hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way.
Zach Gramery.
His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought.
Zach Grammary murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you?
I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said.
I had no idea.
Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it was a vaudevillian distraction. And here must I stand smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce?
Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnify's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Oh! Okay, level 2. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later.
The audience has no business stepping up on the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight.
That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Yeah! Alright, I guess there's nothing else. Let's see if we can break this. Magnify's death.
Ask what you will, but you'll get nothing from me.
I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened.
For 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp.
Sorry to do this, Valiant. But right now, I need answer. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant? I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. The transferal of rights. The big bomb.
Take that!
And what might that be? I see it bears the Grammary seal.
I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast.
What is this?
A document showing the true recipient of the performance right to Magnify's miracles.
What? Zach Grammary? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter?
Trucy Nigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days.
Preposterous! Zach is gone! Vanish into the void!
This is the journal article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this.
Ah! Wow!
He only has one bunny and only one pigeon came out of his cape. Oh, he's getting older. Oh, that's sad. Okay, one down.
Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived enthralled to the dead?
You're not the only one with that problem, actually.
But he shall magnify! Yes, it was Zach! It was! And then he left, and my career as a musician fell into darkness.
Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say if you could prove Zach Grammary shot Magnify? Is that why you testify?
Yes! My way out! It should have been my way out!
Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnify Grammary? The confession?
Take that!
I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Grammary wrote one more thing before passing on.
Yes? But this is a confession!
In which he admits to the killing of Magnify Grammary. See? All according to your plan. Valiant... ...
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I'm the audience, believing in the deception I have wrought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him. Alakaz, oh my god! Unlock successful. Magnify Grammary. Alright, can we talk? Do you know what this confession is nothing but lies? Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Grammary killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two receive instruction to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yeah? So he vanished to protect me, his partner? Ha 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 ha! A stirring tale, 'tis true. So did you shot Magnify Grammary in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. Phoenix ... It is true after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor's magnifier's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed a hold of me. I knew it. So Valiant Grammary did kill the great Magnify. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as... I don't know. Knack and talent Grammary, maybe? I don't know. Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person who could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. I did. But, yeah, it makes sense. If it wasn't Zack or Valiant who shot Magnify, then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait. You don't mean... Yes. The great Magnify Grammary himself. Suicide. So Magnify Grammary committed suicide? You find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnify Grammary? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnify transferred the right to his repertoire to my partner Zack Grammary, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valiant Grammary confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? Valiant's crime. You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnify's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon? Let me confess. I had intended to shoot Magnify. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room, which was the IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then, I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan.
But you didn't shoot him.
I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then, Magnified called me back.
I am sorry, Valiant. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still like the draw he has. Please help him if you can.
I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I have just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot.
So Magnified Grammary killed himself.
Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of the suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped out the fingerprints. Then I used a syringe to add the IV liquid I brought.
So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnify died, you framed Zack for his murder.
As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly?
Well, that was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but...
Yes?
I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you.
It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision.
You're going to turn yourself in?
My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts.
I understand.
I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Grammary was alive.
Well, not anymore.
And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived?
What do you mean?
You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body.
Huh?
The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Grammary. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we have this chance to talk. Thank you.
Turn to orange. Zack Grammary. Shady Smith. Whichever name you prefer. He is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Now we have the 7th key. Now we're back to Solitary 13. Cell number 13.
Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied.
I see. I see. We can search the room and not be interrupted. Do you know when they'll be finished?
Well...
Could you go find out?
Well, certainly, sir. Please wait there a moment.
My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. The envelope. There it is. The yellow envelope.
And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right! Brushel, flashback, testifying. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seems to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. We see the stamp. Let's see if this atroquidin spray finds anything. Oh, we brought a bottle of the reagent with us. We're gonna spray the envelope. Spray, spray, spray with X. Spray, spray, spray with X. Yeah, the stamp reacts. The stamp is shining blue. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, alright, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please release the spell you put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Signed, Drew Misham. Gotcha! So yeah, it's a yellow stationery. So he had to send it and use a Drew Misham stamp. So that guy, Drew Misham, was pressured because the client told him about Brushel coming in for the interview. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. Okay, so Brushel was investigating the case of 7 years ago. Okay. So, they're saying Christoph Gavin was involved into the case of 7 years ago. For some reason, he wanted to pin the murder of Magnify Grammary onto Zach. So to make sure he would win, he tipped off his soon-to-be prosecutor brother, that the defense attorney is gonna be using forged evidence, but he didn't. So, okay, I tried to understand his motive right now. I think he wanted his brother. Yeah, okay. Since the Grammaries were hot shit back then, if Clavier would have managed to get a guilty verdict out of him, he would have become as famous as he was a rock star. But then he needed to cover his tracks, so there was the interview. The nosy guy was friend with Zach, wanted to interview Drew. For some reason, he got wind of it, so he wrote back to Drew to say, okay, heads up, there's gonna be an interview about that case. And he answered back with the only stamp that he got that caused him to kill himself, and in a way he would keep silence about him. But having the nail polish also is like an indirect way to have Vera shutting herself up. But since she never had a reason ever since the night at the museum to go out, she never had to go out, except when she was trialed for the murder of her own dad, when she had to use the nail polish, and when she bit her finger off, or bit her nails, that's where she was poisoned. Yeah, things didn't go quite as planned, but like, this is gonna be hard to pin this on him, because
the murder is so indirect, and the murder that never happened the way they were planned, but they kind of manage, they kind of happen at the same time. Like, letter from Misham added to the court record. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. Mine apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Phoenix ... Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? Shakes his head. There are no known survivors of atroquinin poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry, forgot I had it. Many thanks. Oh, so now Christoph is being looked through a camera lens, but the lens is hidden inside the pin that Phoenix wear on his beanie. So he had a secret cam. So although he does not have the physical letter with him, he recorded the reaction and the contents. So yeah. So we got him still, even though we don't have the copy with us. Now we've seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it's time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter. The final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Yeah, digital copy. Hahaha. To be continued. And I'm pretty sure it's to be concluded. This is my last save. And after that, yeah, I've been talking for like... This investigation lasted for 3 hours and 45 minutes. So one last save. And then we'll finish the game and look at the post-game content. Alright, save complete. Continue on the next chapter, yes. So now we have Phoenix. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Courtroom 3, preparation complete. Pressing button. Something inside me. Rising. Surfacing. We don't see it, but there's a series of image. Regardless of the many... the murder of Shady Smith and the murder of Drew Misham are colliding with each other. And it finished with the image of Christoph. Something important last night ago. It's close now. So close. October 9th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3.
Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock.
Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Misham's condition?
Acute atroquinin poisoning. According to her physician, she could die at any time. Thus, her absence from the courtroom today.
What? They can't put her on trial without her being here.
It is unusual.
They should wait for her to get better and do it then.
But what if she dies?
It's so bureaucratic of them.
That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial would be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time.
Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin.
Let's see what other evidence do I got. Okay. Oh! I got the letter from Misham with me. This stamp. It's of the Grammaries, isn't it? Why did Mr. Wright give me this letter right before the trial? What could it mean? There's an address on here, and a name I've never heard of. At least, I think so. It's too blurry to read. Yeah, it is too blurry to read. It says David Crumbo. It's signed Drew Misham at the back. Oh no, wait, it's Christoph Gavin's. Okay, so this is. Oh, okay, no, I get it. It says Drew Misham in the back. This is Christoph Gavin's envelope, but he gave him a fake name. So this is Christoph fake name, David Crumbo, 424 Apple Street, Morning Springs, California, something like that. 94012.
Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin.
The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't deal with the guilt of what she's done.
Objection!
But Vera was poisoned with atroquinin. The exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant since it's rather hard to come by.
That is true.
In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objection, I see no reason to postpone the verdict.
What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. If she was in court, giving her testimony before us, and she fainted, on her back flat, boom. How do you propose our killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was.
The prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claim to this court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned.
I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how? Which to hit first? Show how, show who? Show how. How did the killer poison Vera Misham? I will focus first on the method used.
Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin?
Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body.
I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Misham?
Okay. Oh, we have the handwritten page, I noticed. I just realized. We have Drew autopsy report, I have the notebook page, the nail polish, the stamp, and the letter. So we have the fake evidence from 7 years ago too. Okay, I'm gonna present the nail polish. I wanna check it first. Ooh, the inside of the hand. Very smooth. The inside content is transparent. Oh, there's a logo on the bottle, on the bottom of the bottle. The nail polish Mr. Wright gave me. This must be the brand symbol. It's an A drawn like a flower. It's refreshing to see a brand with a simple, clear design like this. Okay, let's present this.
Take that!
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle! I would like to give whoever designed that a hand. Get it?
Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Ah. Something the matter? Nothing. Nothing at all.
So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it?
As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish.
Nail polish?
It's like paint, but for nails. Do you know any women with red nails?
Ah, my wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all this time. Oh!
Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court?
Court is now back in session.
Vera biting her nails. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she has a habit of biting her nails.
Her nails? Ah!
Prosecutor Gavin, when the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check for her nails? There was no reason for...
Bailiff! Have them check the defendant's nail at once. Mr. Justice?
Yeah?
Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish?
Yes! That bottle belongs to Vera Misham? Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? ... 9, just checking. He's sweating bullets.
Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you.
Yeah, it's a double penalty. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time.
Then let us ask. Who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish?
Christoph Gavin!
Take that!
What's this? Christoph Gavin?
Objection!
What's your game? My bro? There's no way he could have do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else.
Indeed. He is behind bars.
I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourself when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago.
Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable.
Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. He's sweating. Clavier ... That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all.
Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there is a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness.
Fine. I've known from some times that an impenetrable darkness lurks at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. APPOLO ... Okay, the defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand.
Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell number 13 at Central Prison.
And here it is. Ah, Erhana, how nice to see you again.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Ugh. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss?
Stiff upper lip, Apollo! You can do it!
Does this bottle look familiar? Ah, you done in nail polish? Why, yes, I use it myself. As did the lady's offended, I hear. She's not dead yet. And? Was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed? This nail polish was how Vera Misha was poisoned. A troquinin, was it?
You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin.
Shakes his head. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk. Wouldn't I have nothing to do but read? Well, Clavier? Exclamation mark. Maybe you can explain this? Clavier ... You're being accused again by him again. Ah, and? You agree with his accusation, do you? ...
Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please.
I'd be delighted.
The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant, Vera Misham. Please testify on this matter to the court.
Witness testimony. Poisoning Vera. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poisons, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds. She poisons her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely I'm going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too?
Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely.
Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Herr Justice? Apollo ...
Very well. Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination.
I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss, but I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention, why? Poisoning Vera. Oh, the bracelet is already activating. Alright, so let's see which is the different frame. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. I could have poisoned her. Father died of the same poison, the meaning of which is clear. Prosecutor case holds, she poisoned her father, attempted to poison herself. Okay, now he's holding his glasses. Surely I'm not going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father. Let's proceed this. What do we have? Okay, we can see his eyes beneath the fog of the glasses, or the flaring of the light. Oh! He has a scar on his hand! Whoa, 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 what the heck is this? Here again. Okay, so there's a scar, but when he was saying her father too, there was a vein that was pulsating, and it looked like the shape of a skull with the nose, and the scar makes the grin. So it's only for a split second, but yeah, we can see it well. I was responsible for poisoning her father too. Here, see, you see, it's pulsating. So I guess, yeah, with the veins and the depression of skin with the bones, it looks like there's a skull in his hands. It's probably what Vera saw when she said that it was the devil who did it. He had the face of an angel, but what he saw was the devil because he was always adjusting his glasses, and when he stands, he stands. His veins would contract and create a devil-shaped face. So he had a scar that we never seen before.
Gotcha!
Yeah, we cannot even see the scar. It's only when we're from up close. It was you who killed Drew Misham. Adjusting his glasses, shine. A bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father too. Your hand danced unnaturally, and the little devil appeared to give me the news. Christoph, ... Und? Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison the man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Ugh. Shakes his head. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October the 6th, while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way all the same, and I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Misham. The letter.
Take that!
My. And here I thought you've come so far. Huh? I admire you lacking any confidence whatsoever choose to barrel on. Your defense lacks even a shred of elegance. Much like Phoenix Wright, come to think of it. Okay, so it's the wrong evidence. It's okay, I'm gonna present the other stamp. Relax, Justice. I've come this far. I must know the answer. How did the killer get to this victim when the killer was in jail? Yeah, here's the stamp.
Take that!
I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. ... The night Mr. Misham died, he was writing a letter. He was seen writing a letter. Natural quinine was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand this stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. He looks away, adjusting his hair. That is all, Your Honor. Rubble. Order! Poison on the back of that stamp? After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to his witness cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Park Brushell's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yeah, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that he used it that night.
That would seem to be the case.
Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I somehow manipulate coincidence? Okay, so what he's trying to get at is that it's true that he had no intention of killing Drew Misham, but that's what happened. He posted a stamp that was poisoned but not meant for him. But they're phrasing it as that saying that, oh, you killed Drew Misham. Like, you could say like it was a set of influence. But the way with the current, well, the old justice system would say like evidence is everything. If you want decisive evidence, you need to find some proof that he forced Drew Misham to lick that particular stamp. The judge shook his head.
He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder.
What? Oh. Really, Clavier? You should be seeing through this weak-spined bluff by now. Clavier ... He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christophe Gavin locked away in his cell.
Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say.
You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense bluff has been called. The defense bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christophe. Javier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with the bluff. You were, Christophe.
What are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin?
Her forehead. What was your accusation again? It was that this poison stamp killed Drew Misham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use the stamp.
Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned.
Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Huh? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp, that's all. Coincidence? Christophe, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same thing, Christophe. Shakes his head. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency.
But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony.
Very well, I shall take this claim head on then. Justice? What? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yeah? Then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter?
Apollo, motive. He's talking about a motive.
Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter.
Now, here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose.
So, what does it mean?
It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe you have some evidence to prove a motive.
A motive for murder? This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement.
I'd say it's about this vital. Okay, double punishment. That's pretty vital.
Well, Mr. Justice?
I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Christophe ...
Then let's see what you have for us.
Okay, now I can save. Save complete.
What reason did Christophe Gavin have from wanting to murder Drew Misham?
That would be the fake evidence. Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place.
And why was that?
Forgery, Your Honor! Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepted his first job creating forged evidence.
Oh, I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnified Grammarie's diary.
Ah, when attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yeah. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven!
Objection!
The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright. Who other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it? And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? The red letter? Mr. Drew Misham, I've decided to deposit the $100,000 designated account. Please send a receipt. This is the first page. Please confirm the transfer. Sign the person in the enclosed envelope with enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this no one. This is the second.
Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery.
The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connection to the forgery.
To keep them from talking.
But he made a mistake. He chose a rare and beautiful stamp.
The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much.
The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. To Christophe, to the judge, to Trucy, to Clavier. Her forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? ... The one who schemes up the forged diary page was the one who poisons the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding those two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not how it's going to go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began.
Oh boy! Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy with the blue suit and the spiky hair.
And one more thing. Nigmar. Oh, I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before? Now here's a question. Just who was cheating Nigmar's previous defense attorney? Christophe ... No, this can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christophe Gavin!
Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this? Witness, defendant, former lawyer, Mr. Gavin, god damn it.
Let me begin by denying this.
Objection!
It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin. And impossible to prove if you can't. Exclamation mark. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim?
That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Objection!
Her forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? Exclamation mark.
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy.
Evidence! Evidence that shows this man, Christophe Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Javier! Just prove it! Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case.
He must have thought of some evidence. Apollo!
Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain, darkness. Okay, so he knows how we can break this, and he cannot tell Apollo how to do his job. He's like, you know you have evidence, do your fucking job, or I swear to God I'm off this case. That's what he said. If you don't find evidence, I'm gonna jump off my stand and punch you hard in the forehead. I have to pull off that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proved Christophe Gavin's link to Drew Misham?
Well, Mr. Justice?
Let me save. I'm not sure of this one.
You claim Christophe Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it!
It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not...
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? The letter from Misham? I guess it would be the letter. That's the only thing. I am. Then I say we give him the benefit of the doubt.
Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a double penalty.
Objection!
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh, all in. This is all in. Do or die.
I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice?
Fine, Your Honor. All I have to do is prove any kind of link. Something that ties Christophe Gavin to Drew Misham. And I have something that clearly does the job.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham.
The letter.
Take that!
This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection!
That scrap of paper? I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't.
Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting.
Oh, it's another piece of forged evidence.
Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this?
Ah, I see now. Yeah, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
I just remembered I have a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail.
Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell?
9. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit.
Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting is terrible.
This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter.
A reproduction?
When Mr. Wright visited Christophe Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? Okay, now Christoph is wrinkly raging. He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail! Exclamation mark. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery.
Prosecutor Gavin? ...
Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgment at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please.
The defense claim is denied.
What?
Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense evidence from the record.
Better luck next time, Justice! Exclamation mark.
Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point.
Apollo, do something!
I'm thinking, but without evidence, I don't have anything I can use on him.
Very well, this ends the special witness cross-examination.
Objection!
The show's over, yet the crowd screams for an encore. Only now do I understand why.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years. And I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Javier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor. Your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Javier.
Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin.
Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember. What's really important to you? You amuse me, Herr Forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. Exclamation mark. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally! You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. Drew Misham? State your name and occupation for the record. Back to present. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it?
Unnatural?
Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence, and the next moment you called in Drew Misham, it was almost as if... Almost as if what? ... Funny, it didn't occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present evidence. That forged evidence. Correct! Exclamation mark. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph. What? It was the night before the trial. Javier. Christoph? Odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. He's playing the guitar. Won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing out with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call him in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin? Christoph! We were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserve that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case.
The victim's belongings?
Which would have been included in Magnify's diary, wouldn't it? Christoph ...
Mr. Gavin?
My, Clavier, you disappoint me. You find trees, yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. Christoph ... You can't sweep this under the rug, not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing.
Apollo!
I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center as a request of my client, Zach Gramery. He lost at poker. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I do not know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion.
Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete.
Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the card, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? A second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs? He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse of a man? He deserves to die for that error alone. Hold it! So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these 2 men shamed me, and I could not forget that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Gramery both deserve what they got. So you asked Mr. Mission to forge that evidence so you could win. But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Gramery's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. All according to Keikaku. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I would weep.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end?
Cancelled when the defendant vanished.
Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, this is Brush at the Drew studio. You know, he always felt like he was being watched.
that's what he said. Every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalist sure is being watched, unquote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got robbed up after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me?
Wait just a minute. Zach Gramery was seen by this reporter? How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years?
Finally. I knew this moment was coming. Just didn't think we'd get there so fast. Zach Gramery gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father.
What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him!
Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with... Yeah, that's what he said, alright. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler.
I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poison in the Chinese restaurant. Tragic.
It was a Russian, but moving on. The details don't really matter right now. But what matters is that traveler was Zach Gramery. Trucy ...
Well, what is it, Apollo?
Huh?
Keep going! We'll talk about it later!
Did she already know?
Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this?
Mm-hmm. It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnify Gramery's death started it. Magnify Gramery's death and his student Zach Gramery the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. She figured it out on her own, yeah. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence.
Drew Misham?
Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precaution when you had that forgery made, did you, Mr. Gavin?
Precaution?
To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Atroquidine. Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off.
His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see.
Christoph ... But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. Yeah, she's doing it 7 years ago and now too. There's a switching of the frame from the 12-year-old to the 19-year-old.
Ugh!
That nail polish was her good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refused to leave the house.
That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely have to go outside. It protects me.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance.
Insurance?
As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she would become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. Judge, shocked. Gavin. Trucy. And then to Christoph, adjusting his glasses. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand.
We're back to the evidence, the lacking of evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the Atroquidin that took Drew Misham's life.
Objection!
What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Gramery to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive.
Objection!
Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now!
I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham who is on trial here.
No! You were doing so well, Apollo!
As long as there is no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Objection!
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you! What? What? Nah! Evidence is everything. There is nothing more.
I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion.
Your Honor!
Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner Phoenix Wright's determination as well.
However, without direct proof, you have nothing! Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yeah, Christophe, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. Exclamation mark. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are in this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. Of course! Yeah, that's right, I totally forgotten. The jury system! Jurists, you say?
The current judicial system has been deemed too close off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizen into the law.
Common citizen? Wisdom? Is this some kind of a joke? What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers?
Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law.
Nonsense! There is only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. And now we see Apollo and Clavier looking at us at the fourth wall. Like, this is where the camera is. There's a camera behind you, Christoph. I'm not sure if you pay attention, but... Now he's freaking mad. He's steaming. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen is... Wait for it. Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. He's fuming. He's gathering key. He's gonna bang the stand. So, everything was leading to this, of course. Right. 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 Right! a Super Saiyan. His hair broke the hairdo. His glasses are out of his face. His haircut is destroyed. Phoenix, right? I won't accept. I cannot accept. This is no court. Law. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You'd let ignorant swine soil your courts? Christophe, it's over. Javier! The law is absolute. You can't be serious. What? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law is an absolute. It's filled with contradiction.
The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge. Like a gem, polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. And it is always changing, ever growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings.
Except for you, Christophe. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday, I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to. Fade to black. Fade in.
I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as the trial of Mivira Misham accused of murdering her father, the painter Drew Misham. However, several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. ... Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurist of the court, for the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter.
End of speed. Television turned off. October 9, 12:48 p.m. Juris chamber. It's all black. We don't see anything. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. You see Phoenix? If a decision cannot be reached today... Everybody's using their tablets to vote. Exactly. It may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decision. That is all. Please, wait! Juror number 6. What do you need? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Person involved with the case may not be jurists. Yeah, that's correct. I've looked into all of your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With the development of the case? I see. Does that answer your concern? ... It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Misham. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. ... Judge wisely. Judge well. Guilty or not guilty? Oh, yeah. This is La Miroir. We see the reflection of La Miroir, and we see her sleeve. And there's a little button of a little thumbnail with Vera's face on it. It says jurist number 6. This is La Miroir. We can press guilty or not guilty. I'm not gonna do it, but I'll tell you what's happening if we said guilty. Vera Misham will die of atroquinine poisoning. it doesn't matter because she's guilty, you know? Like, she will not, she will not have she will not be condemned to a life sentence because she already got the capital punishment. She will not be sentenced the death sentence because she already got died of poisoning. So we're gonna plead not guilty. Confirm. Oh, I have to go up. Okay, so I can press the button. I have confirmed by pressing the button. So we raise our hand to press the confirm button. The sleeves lower and we see a bracelet just like Apollo. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. The first verdict under the jury system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. A laugh louder than any I'd ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seems like hours. We see it happening in black and white. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes. October 10th, 10:12 a.m., Hickville Clinic. This is Phoenix Wright's room with the little piano, the bottle of grape juice, and the many DVDs of the Samurai series. So, any comments, Blind Pizza Guy? You seem silenced. I thought you were gonna react. If you have selected the other choice, you would have faced the Wrath of Onyx, which is definitely not cool. Yeah, of course. I would have gained a trophy. That's what would happen. I don't need that other trophy, but yeah. But yeah, what do you think about La Miroir having Apollo's other bracelet? Oh, here's Vera Misham. Vera, I'm so glad.
Don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera,
Hey now, don't you start crying too. I would have thought that Tracy had it, but definitely a nice little surprise. But yeah. Sorry you had to see us like this. Vera Vera?
Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I should have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails.
No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm.
Vera?
When I opened my eyes and saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world, to see things with your own eyes.
And she smiles again. Yeah. It looks like that poison has some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life.
I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future! I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you.
No, really, it's okay. She's doing a sketch. Oh, she drew Trucy.
Oh, look, it's me! I love it, thanks!
She's doing another one. Oh, this is Apollo Justice. His two licks of hair that looks like horns. Is that me?
She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so at least. That reminds me, Do you know where the other lawyer is?
The other lawyer?
Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. I hope I can look him in the eyes again and someday and apologize.
I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that.
He brought all these things for me when he came to visit earlier.
Oh, okay. So it looks like Phoenix's room, but it's basically he just took all the stuff that he had in his bed, in his chamber, but when he was in the hospital, and give it to Vera. You mean all that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all?
You know, I knew my real daddy was alive.
Huh?
I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom.
You did what? How?
I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away.
We may not meet again for some time, Trucy, but know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Grammary, after all. Ha 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 ha!
Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he?
It's okay, Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano.
That he can't.
Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kinda loud sometimes.
Glad I made your list.
Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy, the one who can't play? Do you know Apollo?
I think he said he had to meet someone.
I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. Oh, Trucy?
Yes, Vera?
I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it?
Oh, he's not being knighted yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat.
Objection! Ahem.
Not loud enough. And I like Miss Magic Underwear better anyway.
That's magic panties, Apollo!
Okay, now we're back at the agency. Anything right, agency? So, your memories return.
Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When I lost my memory, I was reborn as La Miroir.
I love the humor of this game, they're just so great. Right.
But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists.
Ah, you're thinking into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy.
Of course it has a happy thing.
Phoenix ...
For so long I thought I was alone. But now I know I have children. 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you.
Are you going to tell them?
They do not know?
Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings.
I will go to them when the time is right. Until then,
Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're... Yeah, you didn't figure it out? Like, this is the question. When La Miroir says about jurists, family member of the... who are related, of the people who are related to the crime cannot be a jurist. But since she was the mother of the defense attorney, she thought that she would not be eligible. So Phoenix said, no, you're not related to any of the people related in the case file, which is Vera Mishim, Phoenix Wright, and the Gavin, you know? So when she pressed the confirm, this is where we noticed like the other Apollo bracelet. So she kept it, of course, like the mother, she had it all along. So what happened was, yeah, she survived the bullet shot, but that didn't kill them. That just made them lose her memory and eyesight. She was found later in Virginia, and she had no memory of everything, and then she made a career in music. So they met their own mother without them even figuring out. And as soon as she got the surgery, she got her eyesight back. She saw things that triggered her amnesia, and she remembers stuff. Now she remembers that she has children and everybody. So they're very important to me too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least, because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Trucy, your bracelet. Yes? I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years, but your bracelets were the strangest of all. Now we see a picture of Apollo with his bracelet. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christophe Gavin's office. Now we see a picture of Le Miroir, and then I met you. Two fates destined to intertwine, and I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. So when he met Le Miroir, he noticed that there was a bracelet hidden inside of her big sleeve. ... Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. And then now we see the shootout. Boom. 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. This is why I left the troupe, my family. Yeah, because more than 7 years happened, she was officially dead, legally dead. Now my memory has returned, I am myself once more. For the first time, I'm glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Misham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange feeling. A strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story, for now anyway. I still got a long way to go, and this power of mine, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We've lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep that lawyer thing for a while. Oops, trading time. Gotta go. Cords of steel. Here comes justice.
Objection!
And here's the credit. Director Mitsuru Endo. Here, Trucy at the right.
I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo. It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about True Grammary. Trucy's on the case. Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy.
The purple envelope. Trucy, Grammary, frankly, I got my doubts, but had Grammary. Now that'll pack them in. Picture taken, put on the desk. Planning, Takeshi Yamazaki, Keisuke Yamakawa. Clavier. It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Governors are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues at supermarket nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. Yeah, since Darian is no longer a member, the Governors are breaking up, so now he's going to focus on being prosecutor. Design art, Kazuya Narui, Akiko Nishizawa, Kojiro Giwara, Tatsuri Wamoto. Here's Phoenix Wright. Well, it's finally over. No, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted, and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lesson. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. Yeah, he took the bar exam again. Because the fifth is gonna celebrate his comeback. Dual Destinies. This is where he's gonna come back as a lawyer. He took the bar exam again. Shuichi Muramoto, Kyoko Takeda. Okay. So Emma Sky at the noodle shop. So I was standing around eating snackoos the other day, munch, 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 when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. Ah, the power of science. Although the preservative might not be 100% safe. Golden snackoos. Yeah, no. No. So yeah, this is yeah, the park with the noodle stand as evidence. So let's see, we have the other. Yeah, we have Olga Orly. In unlikely event you're wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bunker. The only thing colder than the restaurant is borscht. Da, but this greater challenge is being required. She turns into a dealer. Then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. Olga Orly. Oh, really? Programming, Toshihiko Honda. Nobuhito Shimizu, Naomi Nishiyama. Takashi Nishimura, Kei Hashimoto. Oh, we have Plum at front of the Kitaki mansion. So, Kitaki Pastries is getting back to Eastern roots. Spread the culture and all. Yo, boss, culture time! Oh, big wins. This is our right route, capiche? But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time! Open his eyes. And this is how we write people, alright? Not that Wookiee's paying any attention. Phew, kids. So they're making macarons with symbols, Chinese characters on them. Here's Wookiee. Bizarre! Chinese characters on the cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Believe that. Man, you wanna make it today, you gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker for real. I know it doesn't look like no cracker, G. What do you want me to call it, the OG muffin? So it's some sort of muffin with bullet holes with some cherry juice oozing out of it. There's fruit. So here's Eldoon, Guy Eldoon.
I don't know where all this talk about food's coming from. If you ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one too. See, this time I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend Eldoon's noodles about the salt? Salt forever!
Now we have, Wesley. Turning his pages. Stickler! My exceptionally inquisitive nature was one inequitable adoration in my department. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stickler and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure. Guys, in front of a park. Okay, now he admits he's a pervert. Translation: Alexander O. Smith, Monica Kay. Localization: Andrew Alfonso, Eric Bailey, Kari Fukanoshi, Brendan. Absolute Quality Europe Limited, Ludo Nomura, Giancarlo Rico. Okay. Special thanks, Ruji Yamamoto, Azakura Yashi, Toyoshiki Anoka. Okay, now we have La Miroir at From the Sunshine. I don't know how you thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I've gained a treasure. 2 treasure, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Yeah, the white dress, no longer the veil, and she's shining. She's displaying her bracelet with pride. Now we have Brushall. Brushall, Brushall here, back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about things turned out? No scoops yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. End quote. So for some reason he's on solitary cell number 13. Probably looking, snooping on Christoph for more stuff. I don't know. Now we have Vera Misham.
I decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. I suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you.
She drew a magician throwing card essence, heart, club, spades, and diamond. Original creator, TV director Shu Takumi. Now there's a sketch of Trucy with Mr. Hat with Apollo Justice, signed Misham on that sketchbook. This is the last image. And now we're gonna see the credits for the remake, because those were the original. No? Continue on the next game. Phoenix Wright and turn Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I guess we can, but I don't want to go much